JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Matazone HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA Men's Basketball, live from the JMU Convocation Center for a Colonial Athletic Association encounter between last year's regular season champion Northeastern and the tournament champion Dukes of James Madison University. Tonight's game is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. A very warm welcome, everyone. I'm Kurt Dudley. Joining me this evening is Evan Nicely. And the last time these two programs tangled on the men's basketball court, it was for the championship game of the CAA tournament last March, and, of course, a ticket to the NCAA tournament. The Dukes prevailed with a 70-57 final, using a first-half 23-1 run to stake a 22-point halftime lead and hold off the Huskies for the program's first CAA crown since, well, 1994, 19 seasons. Now, Evan, notice that I keep saying programs because these teams are quite different than the way they were when they played each other in March.
Yep, the names and the mascots are about the only thing that's the same between these two teams. Both teams graduated at least their top two leading scorers, as Northeastern lost Joel Smith and Jonathan Lee to graduation, and JMU with their losses of A.J. Davis, Devon Moore, and Rayshawn Goins. The Huskies' top returner this year is senior Quincy Ford, who was looked upon to build on his third-team All-CAA performance last season. His season was unfortunately cut short after just 2 games after he underwent back surgery in early December. For JMU, they boast the second youngest team in the country, with 7 freshmen and 4 sophomores making up most of the new roster. To put it in perspective, the two teams only returned 4 of the 10 players that started that game in Richmond last March. With all new faces for both squads, they have understandably struggled. Northeastern enters tonight's ballgame with an overall record of 4-13 and matching JMU with a 1-2 mark in the CAA. They are 0-6 in true road games so far, but they are not without a bright spot. Of all the new faces, Huskies junior forward Scott Etherton, a St. Francis transfer, has shined and is currently leading the NCAA with 13 double-doubles so far this season. He's averaging 17 points and 10 boards a game for the Huskies and making an early case for CAA Player of the Year. He's going to be the key guy down on the block for the Huskies as they face JMU's zone defense. JMU can keep him from having another big night. I like their chances.
Well, Etherton's also, as you mentioned, 13 double-doubles. Evan, that would rank him 6th on JMU's career chart. So that's how big a 13-13 double-double is, or a 13 double-double that is for this young man, the transfer from the Red Flash. Now, as far as the Dukes are concerned, sophomores are carrying the load. 33% of the scoring last year when this sophomore class were freshmen accounted for that scoring. This year, 58%. And this year, rebounding-wise, the Dukes have 10 individuals who have had game-high honors as far as rebounding is concerned. And they share that honor with a couple of other schools around the country, Winthrop and North Carolina A&T in the NCAA. So the Dukes, they certainly do have a lot of players that have very respectable career highs. Many of them can do it. They've produced, or they've shown that they can be very productive. It's just a matter of who's going to step forward on what particular night and how they will actually perform in any particular ball game. There you see some of the numbers. We also have here tonight a couple of the better defensive teams. As you see, JMU just yielding 68 points per game, 66 for the Northeastern Huskies, or 70 that is for the Northeastern Huskies. Both teams very close on field goal shooting. The interesting thing about JMU free throw shooting wise, they were very good in the non-conference with the exception of the Detroit game here at home, but they've struggled at the free throw line in their 2 losses. And when it comes to conference play, it's tougher to get points. You've got to be very successful at the charity stripe.
Yes, one of the biggest things is Northeastern. They've trailed at the half a lot of times, but they've managed to come back and tie the game in all but 2 of their 17 games so far this season. So JMU's really going to need to make their free throws down the stretch in order to be able to pull away from the Huskies.
Key players in the ball game, Charles Cook, of course, he has been very steady all season long for the Dukes, nearly 16 points a game. We mentioned Andre Semenoff tonight, the redshirt senior, the graduate student, I should say, 12.1 points per game. Andre had 11 points the other night, but it was all in the first half in the loss here to Delaware. Coach Brady needs for Semenoff to be very consistent and score at least in the low teens, so we do feature him in tonight's preview. Scott Etherton, as you see there, his numbers are just phenomenal. 56% from the field. Also a very threatening three-point shooter. And then Reggie Spencer gives them great, solid numbers too, nearly 10 points and 7.4 rebounds per ball game. That sets you up for tonight's ball game. It's the Dukes and the Northeastern Huskies, the first rematch since the 2013 CAA Championship game. We'll be back with the national anthem and the starting lineups coming up right after this timeout as you're watching James Madison University men's basketball on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Sports Nation.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Welcome back. It is the 16th all-time meeting between these two programs, and the Northeastern Huskies have the overall lead in this series 11-4. The last 4 games, they have been split between these two programs. They met twice as non-conference opponents going all the way back to 1977. That game was actually played over at the JMU's Godwin Hall, and JMU won that ball game. Then they played a neutral site game in Puerto Rico in 2002 before the Huskies joined the Colonial Athletic Association in 2004-2005. That's when they had Jose Juan Barea, who is now with the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Dukes coming in with a record of 6-11 overall, 1-2 in the CAA for the Northeastern Huskies, also 1-2 in league play, and they are 4-13 overall. Now ready to stand here for the playing of our national anthem at JMU's Convocation Center by the JMU Pep Band. The Pep Band with our national anthem here this evening at the JMU Convocation Center. Nice and snowy outside tonight. Kind of a messy evening, but it's nice and toasty here inside the Convo. Good number of students on hand today, and a good number of the local folks here as well. A number of T-shirts were handed out this evening, and getting set for tonight's CAA contest. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. Here is Evan Nicely with the Northeastern Huskies.
For Northeastern, starting at guard, number 2, Demetrius Pollard. He's a 6'2 junior from Virginia Beach. Starting at the other guard spot is number 4, David Walker. He's 5th in the NCAA in minutes played so far this season. Also starting at guard is number 33, Zach Stahl, a 6'5 sophomore from Minnesota. Then you have Scott Etherton, as we mentioned earlier, who's leading the NCAA in double-doubles. He's a 6'8", 219-pound junior. And finally for Northeastern, number 44, Reggie Spencer, a 6'7", 210-pound junior that will be starting at forward.
And the head coach of the Northeastern Huskies, Bill Cohen. Bill in his 8th season there with the Huskies in Brookline, Massachusetts. 59 wins, 49 losses in the CAA, a 55% winning mark. And overall 91 and 99, a 48% winning ledger there for Coach Bill Cohen. For the Dukes of James Madison, their head coach Matt Brady in his 6th year with the Dukes, 94-93 overall, 10th year overall, 167 wins, 143 losses. And now the starting lineup for the Dukes.
Starting at guard with fresh legs, just back for his 3rd game, number 15, Andre Nation. Starting at the other guard spot is Ron Curry, a 6'4" sophomore from New Jersey. Starting at the 3rd guard spot is Charles Cook, a 6'6", 190-pound sophomore that's really been able to score the ball for the Dukes this season. At center, number 22, Taylor Bessick. He's a 6'9", 240-pound sophomore from Philadelphia. And finally for the Dukes, it's going to be number 11, Andrei Simonov, a 6'7", 200-pound grad student from St. Petersburg, Russia.
Your officials for tonight's ball game will be Bill Covington Jr., Andrew Murata, and Clarence Armstrong. There you see the Dukes head coach, Matt Brady, standing there with the clipboard in his hand. Assistant head coach or associate head coach Rob O'Driscoll immediately to his left, and the tall fella there, Bill Phillips. And where is Coach Mike Dean? He's in the pack there somewhere. Don't see him at just a moment. He's coming into the picture here to the right there as well. That's the coaching staff for the Dukes of James Madison. A number of other CAA games will be played tonight. We'll keep you abreast of those scores this evening. We'll take a look at the standings in just a little while as well. The other games featuring Delaware at home tonight against William & Mary. The Tribe will be the next opponent for the Dukes. And UNC Wilmington at home tonight against the Pride of Hofstra University. And we'll keep you up to date on those scores as we continue through tonight's ball game. It's going to be a dogfight. Well, that's what happens when you get the Dukes and the Huskies battling one another here at the Convocation Center. Taylor Bessick will jump center for the Dukes. He and Charles Cook, the only players on this JMU roster to start every game thus far this season. And Scott Etherton, the redshirt junior transfer from St. Francis, jumping center. And the tap is won by the Dukes of James Madison. And Ron Curry will bring the basketball up for JMU, averaging 3.1 assists per ball game is Curry. Here is Simonov. Simonov got off to a very hot start in the loss to Delaware here on Saturday afternoon. Taylor Bessick, his first touch, goes up against Etherton, and he'll get called for extra steps.
Just try to take a little bit more of a turn than he's allowed on that one.
And the Dukes are going to put pressure on immediately coming out on this first possession for Northeastern. The Dukes must have seen something on the early tapes to entice them to come out. Let's see, they're going to set up now in the 3-2 with Simonov at the top of the point. With the basketball, David Walker, who had the game-winning shot against the Dukes with 2 seconds to play in Boston last year during the regular season. An up and under move, and Etherton gets his first bucket of the night.
Northeastern already with good penetration of JMU zone right there.
That is the key to that 3-2 zone, finding the seams. Cook with a head fake, goes over to Curry, back out to Cook, and they swing it around the perimeter. Andre Nation slows it down and says, all right, let's set up this play now for JMU. Northeastern in the man-to-man to come out here on the second possession for Madison. Nation with the crossover. In the corner, it's Simonov off the iron, no good, a rebound. Tracked down by Reggie Spencer, who averages 7.4 rebounds per game. The other way we go, Pollard will drive the baseline. It's a 4-0 Northeastern lead. Curry leaves it for Simonov, and he will take another tray. And this ball out of bounds, last touch by Etherton. No, they're going to say it was knocked out of Etherton's hands by Taylor Bessick. So a team rebound for the Northeastern Huskies. Matt Brady wanting an early explanation on that one. So a couple of missed shots for JMU, 3-point tries by Seminoff, and a turnover on the Duke's first 3 possession. Etherton scoops it out. Spencer goes up with it, and he will take it off the glass. It's an easy 6-0 lead for Northeastern 2 minutes in. Fans still standing here at the JMU Convocation Center, and they will do so until the Dukes put points up on the board. Seminoff over to Nation. Nation gets a cut from Cook. Cook gets penetration, fades away. His shot short. Rebound Etherton already with another board.
JMU struggling to get open looks on early.
Etherton with his 13th double-double came just 18 minutes into the ball game against the College of Charleston. It was a Northeastern loss on Monday night. And that dumped off to Etherton. Great ball movement for the Northeastern Huskies. And that's going to force Matt Brady to call a timeout for the Dukes of JMU.
Northeastern hasn't got out to a lot of hot starts earlier this season, but they're definitely doing so tonight so far.
You look at the Huskies' record with just the 4 wins, but they have played one of the more difficult schedules. In fact, at one stage of the season, based upon RPI and strength of schedule, it was ranked as high as 15th. And then you have one analyst that has put them at 42nd as far as the overall strength of the non-conference schedule.
Yeah, and they have some nice wins in some close games. They beat Georgetown earlier this season in the tournament. They only had a 2-point defeat to Florida State, and they hung in with VCU for most of the ball game earlier too. They're not a bad team.
Yeah, they were neck and neck with VCU, and then VCU has that tendency to put Havoc to work, and Havoc was the demise of the Northeastern Huskies in that particular ball game.
But unfortunately, JMU hasn't had the same success with their Havoc so far early on.
Duke's down 8-0 early. Brady using a timeout early. And Bill Cohen's team getting very close, easy shots. The Dukes, they have been contested thus far. Seminoff fakes it this time. He's going to drive, and he's going to draw contact. And our first foul of the afternoon or the night will go against Reggie Spencer. And it comes just under 3 minutes played in the ball game. Dukes will have it to inbound right at the end of the Husky bench. They will get a new 35-second shot clock. Cook, here's Seminoff, his third tray. This one off the iron. He is 0 for 3. Coming back with it, it's Walker. Walker goes all the way, and it's a 10-0 lead for the Huskies, who are making the home team and the home crowd a little restless here to start things off. The Huskies 5 for 5 from the field. The Dukes, they're 0 for 4, including the 0 for 3 for Seminoff. Here goes Cook. Cook in the lane. Gets blocked by Etherton. He'll get credited with the rebound as well. Quickly down the court they come. Stahl goes to the hoop. First miss of the afternoon, but an offensive rebound. Another try. That's no good. Rebound to Spencer. And the Dukes battle for the ball and come up with it does Andre Nation. Nation to Curry. Curry drives, gets it to the paint and to the lane.
JMU fans can finally give their legs a break.
Well, it took 3 minutes and 48 seconds for the Dukes to get on the board. They have done so, and that allows the crowd to sit down and to get into the game in another way. Nice screen up top. The kick out, Walker. Over to the right wing, Stahl. Northeastern combs the country for its players. And a rebound fought for comes back out to the Huskies. And a shot clock violation.
Really good defense there by the Dukes. Didn't give the Huskies any open looks. Tried to force the ball around and couldn't find anything.
That brings us to our first media timeout. 15:37 to play in the opening half. Northeastern out in front early, 10-2 against the JMU Dukes. Back with more after this timeout. You're watching James Madison University men's basketball on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Fort Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
Take a look at our standings in the Colonial Athletic Association as the conference schedule certainly well underway now. Towson and Delaware, William and Mary the only unbeatens thus far in the CAA. And College of Charleston, the newcomer, got a split last week with their trip up to Northeastern and Hofstra. And then you have Drexel, JMU Northeastern, UNC Wilmington bringing up the back of the pack at 0-3. The Dukes have a victory over UNCW.
Looks like it's going to be a wide open conference again this year. There's a lot of parity, a lot of good teams.
I think it will be definitely wide open, which means holding home court service is going to be crucial. Dukes just trying to get points on their home court right now as the Dukes 1 for 5 from the field. Northeastern hit its first 5 but had missed its last 3 shots. Seminoff going out to Curry. Shot clock now down to 10 seconds. A screen by Bessick. Curry drives, dumps it off to Nation. Nation takes it up and puts it in.
Good use of all 35 seconds on the shot clock right there for the Dukes.
That's one way of looking at it, indeed. As they worked it down, Dukes have scored the last 4 points. 10-4 our score at the moment. Atherton being guarded now, the Dukes in a man-to-man. There's a screen coming off and a mismatch down low. Couldn't get the ball to Atherton. And we get a charge as Derico Pratt dropped his shoulder. The 6'5", 204-pound sophomore from Woodstock, Georgia. Averages 2.5 points, 1.4 rebounds per game. And that is the team's second foul. Tom Bodanovich comes in for JMU, as does Yohani Dallenberg, a couple of true freshmen, along with Cook, Curry, and Nation remaining on the floor for JMU. Dallenberg against Atherton, baseline jumper. He's going to get a rebound to Nation. Nation takes it back up. He draws some contact. He'll go to the free throw line.
Nation showed some really good hands right there to snatch that rebound one-handed.
Zach Stahl is the culprit. That's his first, team foul number 3, and Nation to the free throw line where he is only 4 for 10. Again, this is just his 3rd game back for the Dukes after missing the first 15. And he misses that free throw. Jackson Kent comes in for JMU. Charles Cook will take a breather, so you'll have, in essence, the 2 regular point guards for the Dukes, and Jackson Kent and Curry out on the floor. As Nation back to the free throw line, and this one he'll hit. 1 for 2 this trip for Andre. He's got 3. And the Dukes trying to answer that 10-0 start for Northeastern. They're halfway to it. Here's Walker being guarded by Nation. Dukes in the man. Atherton against Dallenberg. Double team. Dallenberg with the block. Comes out to Curry. The Dukes on the run. Kent into the lane. Stops. Trying to get it to Dallenberg. Instead goes to Nation. Nation 1-on-1. Pulls up. Trey off the front of the iron. Atherton. Great timing for the redshirt junior. Comes up with yet another rebound. Back the other way. We come with it. Atherton 3-point try. It's good.
Atherton showing you his range right there.
That is his 8th three-pointer of the season. He's a 50% shooter now from beyond the arc. 8 for 16. That stops the Dukes' mini run of 5-0. Down inside it is. Dallenberg gets the foul, and it's Etherton's first on the pump fake by the freshman.
Got an eager Etherton winning the shot block right there.
So Dallenberg will go to the free throw line. Yohani came to JMU out of Lower Merion High School outside of Philadelphia by way of Port-au-Prince, Haiti. And Dallenberg with the free throw. He's averaging just a point a game, but Coach Brady on Monday during his weekly fan and press luncheon at O'Neill's was saying that Dallenberg is among the freshmen earning much more playing time. And of course, when Andre Nation joined the lineup, there's 40 minutes, or let's say 30 minutes, that were going to be taken from others, and some of that was going to be shed by Curry and Cook because they were playing high minutes.
Yep, Dallenberg's a good-looking freshman. He's long. He's very athletic.
And rather a newbie to the basketball game, however. There's a three-pointer from the corner. Venegas Flores, a junior from Boston, Mass. Hits the tray. It's a 16-7 lead for the Huskies, and make it 16-9 now as Andre Nation has 5. He's starting to warm up a bit. Up high, Demetrius Pollard. Pollard from Virginia Beach, out of Cape Henry Collegiate. He probably has family in attendance here at the Convocation Center tonight. About a 4-hour drive, and a hand check on Curry as he was trying to reach around.
Harrisonburg's a lot closer than Boston is.
Yes. Northeastern sending some new players in. TJ Williams, number 10. He takes the pass. Dukes in the man and down the backdoor cut as David Walker snuck in there.
The Dukes just lost track of him on that defensive possession. Slid right behind him.
Yeah, Andre Nation tried to make up for the ground, but he was just a little too late to get there. Kent Bodanovich now. Here's Nation again. 8 minutes into the ball game. A 9-point Northeastern advantage. Pulling up, it's Nation. That's going to be off the mark. Rebound comes out wide.
Dukes are 0 of 5 from three-point range right now. Northeastern usually allows about 40% on the season. It's a surprisingly cold start from the Dukes.
Spencer double team. Now he'll attack the rim, and he's going to get called for a charge. Jackson Kent didn't take much of a blow there, but he did have good positioning. That'll be the second personal foul on Spencer. Well, timeout on the floor here at the JMU Convocation Center. We want to welcome back to the spring semester, even though it's not spring-like outside, our own Tracy Smith. Well, JMU women's basketball, Dukes Tracy, had a pretty good win on Sunday.
They did. Now, Kirby Burkholder was named this week's CAA Player of the Week. It's the 4th time this season she's received the honor, and it's the 6th time this year this award has been given to a JMU player. Now, Burkholder led JMU to an 87-51 win over Delaware on Sunday. She led the Dukes with a career high of 33 points, helping the Dukes break the Blue Hens' 44-game conference winning streak. Now, the Dukes led into the first half with a 27-24 lead over the Blue Hens, and they outscored Delaware 60-27 in the second half. JMU improved their record to 11-4. Now the women's basketball team will be traveling to Townsend to face the Tigers tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Madison will have audio coverage starting at 6:50. On the sidelines, I'm Tracy Smith. Back to you, Claire Levin.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And, dude, we saw I did. The Dukes were pulling out of the Convocation Center as I arrived here right about 5 o'clock. And, yes, indeed, the Dukes did defeat the Delaware Blue Hens. You know, it's interesting. The 2 longest conference winning streaks in women's basketball history for the CAA. Delaware had the number 2 with the 44. The other one was, well, it wasn't in jeopardy. Old Dominion won 113 consecutive conference games. JMU, in both occasions, was the team that was the last team to beat before the streak begins for both schools, and the team to break both streaks. Just kind of ironic how it worked that way. The Dukes against Old Dominion beat them in February of 1995. Old Dominion went years without losing and then lost to the Dukes here at home in Harrisonburg, 49-48 in February of 2001. How old were you then, Evan?
I wasn't even born yet.
Not 2001? Come on.
I was 9 years old back then.
Well, and how old are you today?
22.
There you go. Happy birthday to you. You and Kirby Burkholder celebrating birthdays today. So happy birthday from all of us at Matazone HD Sportsnet. Back in the lineup for the Dukes is Charles Cook, as he sinks his first two, and the Dukes down by 7.
It's always nice paying immediate dividends coming off the bench.
Exactly, and he just had a little bit of a breather there before he got back in, as he was among the Duke starters. Walker trying to penetrate. And the flip pass up and rattles in. Zach Stahl gets his first field goal. Back out to a 9-point spread. Jackson Kent fakes the three. Dallenberg now, not much of a three-point threat. And it was very apparent that Northeastern was aware of that. And Dallenberg is called for an illegal screen. Looked like he just got in the way. Didn't really purposely try to set the screen. Venegas Flores bringing it up. Walker, the sophomore, averages 37.5 minutes per ball game played. And he's had a couple of games where he played more than 40 minutes. They played back-to-back overtime games. In fact, one of them was double overtime for Northeastern, and he played 47 minutes. Twice this season he's gone wire to wire, all 40 minutes in regulation games.
Yep, you're not going to see him come off the floor, and if you're JMU, you want to keep him from scoring a lot of points, because if he gets hot, he's going to be out there.
So Stahl with the layup, and Northeastern with its largest lead thus far. Taylor Bessick misses hard off the iron. Rebound coming out, and the Huskies on the run. Walker, three-pointer. That's going to be short. He's going to get his own board, and he'll throw it out of bounds. I think he was expecting Etherton to cut towards the baseline.
A little miscommunication on that one.
And Andre Semenoff back in for JMU. Pollard returning to the lineup for Northeastern. And the Huskies 4-13 overall. The Dukes 6-11. Quite the reverse for both these teams from a year ago. But a lot of reloading for both, as well, as we spoke of in the open. Nation with the crossover comes up short, but then follows it through, and he'll get fouled, and he'll get the and one opportunity. Zach Stahl has his second foul.
It almost looked like Nation had that stripped from him going back up, and it just kind of went in.
The one thing that Nation has been very impressive in is how well he has played underneath the bucket.
Yep, and that's been big for JMU. They don't have a go-to center down low. Taylor Bessick carried the offensive load last game, but having another scorer under the bucket is always a good thing.
Dukes did get pretty good balance scoring against Delaware on Saturday. And that rebound pulled in by Andre Semenoff as he got to it before Etherton could get a chance at it. Dukes trying to up the pace here just a little bit. Now they'll review as Curry gets the call from the bench. Cook fires a three. It won't go. Etherton with the board again. And to the rim.
Northeastern just called JMU in bad transition defense. Just beat him to the hoop.
Pollard with that bucket for Northeastern. Back to a 10-point lead. Here's Cook. Gets a screen from Semenoff. Will drive. Gets double teamed. Ball loose on the floor. We get a jump ball situation. The arrow will favor Northeastern.
Venegas Flores just got his hand in there and just tapped the ball away from Nation.
5 turnovers, make that 4 turnovers for the Dukes, as many for Northeastern. And we'll see Chris Avenant come in. Avenant, a redshirt senior from Sacramento, California, 6'4", 293 pounds.
Yeah, he's only played in 8 games so far this season.
Here's Pollard, top of the circle against Cook. Driving to the lane, and we're going to get a foul as T.J. Williams creates the contact with Nation. That's foul number 1 for Andre. And this will send Williams to the free throw line. A 68% free throw shooter, 37 of 55. As a team, the Huskies shoot just 64%, 67% their opponents. Well, this is definitely an area that has not been a strength for Northeastern, is at the free throw line and 0 for 2. And we get a lane violation on Andrei Semenov.
Did not look happy with that call.
Andre saying that Avenant and himself were going in at the same time. So that results in a point for Williams, who's got his first. He averages 6.2 points per ball game. Back to an 11-point lead, matching the largest lead thus far for Northeastern, which is led from the get-go, going out to the 10-0 lead. This is Ivan Lukic in the lineup now for the Dukes. Number 55, a freshman. Northeastern just stymieing the Dukes offensively. JMU 5 for 15 from the field. Here's Nation. Nation with what a move.
That was a video game spin move right there by Nation, going to the hoop.
He's the first player in the ball game to into double figures, that is, as he's got 10. At the 10, being guarded down low by Bessick. They wanted to look inside to him. Pollard, right wing, the ball fake. Williams drives, left side. That's off the mark. A rebound pulled in. It's Charles Cook. Cook off the Nation. Nation called for a palming violation. And turnover number 5 for the Dukes of James Madison. 6:49 to go. First half of play. Northeastern has led from the start. They lead it right now to the Huskies 25-16. Back with more after this timeout on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Hello, JMU Sports Nation. This is your new football coach, Everett Withers. You're watching Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
25-16, Northeastern with the advantage of the Dukes of James Madison. And we always want to thank the JMU Alumni Association for its support in helping to bring you our free Matazone HD Sportsnet productions. Other scores from around the CAA thus far tonight. They're tied at 22 apiece in Wilmington, North Carolina, Hofstra and the Seahawks. And in Delaware, William & Mary out in front of the Blue Hens, 21-15, both those games. Under 10 minutes to play in the first half. Here the Dukes only 6 for 16 from the field. 37.5%, 0 for 6 on three-pointers here on the home floor. Meanwhile, the Huskies 11 for 18 from the field. 2 of 5 on three-pointers. Huskies have out-rebounded the Dukes 11-6. JMU with 5 turnovers, 4 for Northeastern.
Etherton's got off to a quick start. He's got 7 points and 4 rebounds already.
Pollard back in the lineup. There's Walker. Lukic on him defensively. And Stahl looked like he lost the basketball, but it ends up in the hands of a teammate, Pollard. Opposite side, and wide open is T.J. Williams. He's got 4. Northeastern doing a good job of getting the Dukes to overload one side and find an open man on the other, and they've hit several of those threes. Seminoff won't get the favorable bounce. Here's Bessick, and he'll put it back up and in with the offensive board. Bessick has his first field goal of the day. The Dukes trail by 10, 28-18. Under 6 minutes to go in the opening half. Etherton draws a double team. Tries to go up against Bessick. Kicks it back out. Very unselfish play for the Huskies. Down low. Stahl spins. Twirls around, and it goes to Etherton, who drops it in. Etherton with 9 points now to go with his 4 rebounds.
You saw Nation leaving Stahl there to try to double team Etherton down low. Didn't quite work out for the Dukes.
Ball movement by Northeastern has been superb. Here's Cook. That jumper won't fall. Rebound number 5 for Etherton. Played for the Red Flash of St. Francis. JMU fans know St. Francis. He's been a football opponent last couple of years. In fact, they're coming back next year. Seminoff runs into a three-pointer. That's going to go off the iron. Rebound pulled in by Stahl.
Seminoff's having a really tough time getting it going so far. He's 0 for 5 from the field and 0 of 4 from three-point range.
He came into tonight's game just needing 4 points to move past Charles Lott on the all-time scoring list at James Madison. And take over 22nd. Andre Nation picks up his second personal foul. Team foul number 4. Dallenberg reporting back in for the Dukes. Curry back in as well.
A little bit of a mismatch with the 6'8 Etherton on the 6'5 Nation. He does have those long arms, though.
Down in the lane, Etherton draws contact. He'll go to the free throw line. That foul is going to be whistled against Ivan Lukic. That's his first. Team foul number 5 against the Dukes. And Nation came in, or make that Seminoff rather, the other Andre. He came in with 1,068 points earlier this season, became the 27th player in JMU men's basketball history with 1,000 points. As Etherton sinks the first of 2. He's got 10, so he and Andre Nation in double figures. Charles Lott is 22nd on the JMU all-time scoring list, 1,072. The all-time leader, Steve Steelberg, scored 2,126 points for the Dukes from 1976 to 1980. A 14-point lead. It's the largest of the night. How about that, Gary Michael?
Still got it.
Retired, but he still got it. One of those, on one occasion we were on the road and Gary wasn't quite ready like that, and the ball hit him in the glasses and cut his eye.
Yeah, he probably learned his lesson. Nice heads-up catch right there.
Lukic shoots right into the block of Etherton. Backing it out, T.J. Williams. Williams waiting for a screen. Walker with a ball fake. A switch at the top. Etherton surveys. Kicks it out. And another charge against the Huskies.
Cook had a really good position on that one, was just waiting on him coming down the lane.
And that brings us to a timeout, 3:21 to go. Well, as I mentioned, the JMU Dukes, they will be playing St. Francis again in football next fall, as the football schedule was announced yesterday. Tracy, you got some details on that football schedule for the Dukes?
Now, the football schedule was released this week. It includes the defending CAA champion and national runner-up Townsend. Now, they'll only have 5 games this season, and they'll begin the season with 2 road games. Now, their home opener will be versus St. Francis on September 13th. Now, they'll play Townsend on Family Weekend on October 11th. They'll face William and Mary for their homecoming game on November 1st, and they'll end the regular season hosting league newcomer Elon at Bridgeport on November 22nd. Now, season tickets are available online, and you'll be able to find more information on the JMU Sports website. On the sidelines, I'm Tracy Smith for Madison HD Sports Net. Back to you, Kurt and Evan.
All right, Tracy, thank you very much. Yeah, only 5 home games this year. Of course, there were 7 last year, so it all does balance out. And it is one of those years where you can play 12 games. Really, the thing that kind of mixes in here is the Charlotte game was added late last year, so you have that imbalance because of that, as the Dukes will have the return trip to Charlotte next year. And Charlotte, one of those teams in transition, as they're going to be playing in Conference USA, not this fall, but the next.
Yeah, they're going to be a team that's going to be a lot better than they were this past season when the Dukes faced them. But we did get a little spoiled with 7 home games this season. So they do have also a tougher non-conference slate next season.
Lehigh is not a walk in the park. I mean, you trade Lehigh for Central Connecticut. Lehigh typically is one of those type of programs. In fact, if you go back 10 years ago, it was Lehigh, the first team the Dukes faced in the playoffs. They won 14-13 up there in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and that led them on their way to the NCAA Division I AA National Championship that year. So we'll be celebrating the 10-year anniversary coming up this fall. Here in basketball, though, the Dukes have been in a big hole from the get-go. Down by as deep a hole as they've had all evening, and another hand check out front. That foul called against Avenant. First personal foul against him, and Siminoff will go to the free throw line. Not making hay at the strike.
And he cannot find his stroke this evening. Dukes are really going to need him to start scoring in order to come back in this one.
4 for 6 are the Dukes at the free throw line. Walker, three-pointer, off the rim. And we get a foul, I'm not sure upon who. And it's going to go against a Madison player. And it'll be on Siminoff.
Looks like Siminoff held him a little bit going up for the rebound.
That's number 1 on number 11 for the Dukes, and number 6 as a team. Stahl, Etherton back in for the Northeastern Huskies.
So Northeastern rotates a lot of guards in there to make up the loss of Quincy Ford in the scoring that he had.
And again, Ford was playing with that back injury last year. They just wanted him to rest during the summertime, wanted to give it a go this year. And about 2 games in, it just hurt too much for him, as he was walking around campus, hunched over half the time. That'll be another foul against Siminoff. That'll be his second rather. So he did have the surgery, and in fact, he went to his sports information director, Matt McDonald, and said, "You need to change my height. I'm taller now after this surgery." He's standing up a little better these days.
Not getting old, just having a little bit of back problems, but we wish him the best, and hopefully he should get another season next year if they apply for a medical hardship waiver.
At the line, it's Walker to sink the free throw. Walker from Stowe, Ohio. Stowe Monroe Falls, averages 11.4 points per game, second leading scorer on the team. Vodanovich grabs the rebound. Duke's down by 15. And we get a whistle away from the basketball. Stahl, if that's his, which it is, that's 3 on number 33.
Yep, and he's going right to the bench, keep him from picking up a fourth.
He'll probably ride the bench until we come back in the second half. Only 2:10 to go in the half. And Charles Cook, a 74% free throw shooter, 87 for 117 at the line. He misses. Dallenberg with the rebound. Kicks it back out to Curry. Over to Dallenberg. Dallenberg skips the pass. Vodanovic, three-pointer from the right wing. No good. Rebound, Lukic. Lukic tries to get some space, and it's going to be Cook with the rebound and the putback for the Dukes. 33-20.
JMU finally showing some physicality and really going after the ball for that rebound.
Dukes now 0 for 8 on three-pointers, 7 for 23 from all points on the floor. They've been out-rebounded by 4 at 16-12. Northeastern has been the dictator in this game. And a rare turnover for the Huskies. In an unforced fashion, that is. So that's number 6 in the half. JMU with 6 turnovers, too. It just seems like JMU's turnovers are bigger for some reason. I'm not sure why. Dallenberg with the pump fake. Rebound by Curry. Sends it out to Vodanovic.
You don't make your shots, everything else gets magnified.
Dallenberg, they just leave him alone at the top of the circle. Here's Curry. He'll take the three. That's a little too strong. Rebound tapped around and into the hands of Etherton, but Ivan Lukic is there. He comes up with it. Hustles onto the floor, gets it to Vodanovic. Under a minute to go in the first. Northeastern jumping out to the 10-0 lead. Dukes trying to slice into it before the end of the half, and nothing seems to be falling for James Madison. But a hustle play for Dallenberg. Dukes will get possession and a new shot clock.
Dallenberg showing a lot of energy off the bench.
He'll take it, gives it up to Curry. A little more game clock than there is the shot clock at this point. Dukes will just wait it out and get it to halftime. .14 seconds on the shot clock. And here go the Dukes now. Curry leaves it for Cook, three-pointer, and it's good.
First three-pointer of the half.
1 out of 10 in the period for JMU, and that'll do it. So the Dukes, on their final possession, do score the tray after missing their first 9. Dukes shooting just 32% in the first half, 55, make that 56% in the opening frame for the Northeastern Huskies, as they have sliced and diced and just played a very methodical, tactical game to hold a 10-point lead here at halftime, Evan.
If that was JMU's best offensive possession of the half, but they've really struggled from the floor, and they cannot figure out Northeastern's defense and how to get their shooters open. They've had almost every single shot contested, which is why they're shooting such a low percentage, and they're really struggling shooting the ball from three. They're not the best three-point shooting team in the country, but they're having some abnormal struggles tonight.
As we go into halftime, I want to invite you to join us with an email that you can send us here this evening. Send your emails to us here at Matazone HD Sportsnet. We'll get that email address up there on the screen for you. I would enjoy hearing where you may be watching from and who you might be rooting for. You can also send it to us through tweet at JMU Sports. So email us there at matazone@jmu.edu or send us on Twitter at JMU Sports. Later on in this halftime and early in the second half, we might have a chance to give you a shout out for tonight's ball game. Here at halftime, the Dukes are down 33-23, and we'll be back with more in just a moment after this timeout here on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Anything? You just hear each other? 57% compared to 32%.
Welcome back to the JMU Convocation Center. The Dukes 33-23 trailing in this ball game. Here at halftime, Evan and I are going to take a little bit of a break. Again, we do encourage you. In fact, Jake, why don't you go ahead and just leave up the Matazone email address during the course of halftime here. There you go. And we'll have it up for just a short while here. Feel free to go ahead and email us here at halftime. We'll give a few shout-outs here towards the end of our halftime session. Stand by. We'll have more JMU and Northeastern basketball for you in just a short while. Well, here at the Convocation Center, Kurt Dudley, Evan Nicely, and Tracy Smith with you here this evening on Matazone HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. As the Dukes down 33-23 here to the Northeastern Huskies. Evan, want to take a look at some of our statistical numbers here in the first half of play?
Yeah, but I mean, the biggest number that jumps out to you is JMU's only shooting 1 for 10 from behind the arc for 10%, which is well below their season average. Also, they're really struggling to figure out a way to get open looks against Northeastern's defense. And Northeastern, on the other hand, is just picking JMU's defense apart. Northeastern's got 10 assists to JMU's 2, so that just shows you right there Northeastern's ability to move the ball. But if you take out JMU's lack of three-point shooting, they're not doing too bad other than that. They're shooting about average inside the arc. And on the glass, they're hanging with the Huskies. The Huskies only have a 17-15 margin, and JMU, in fact, is out-rebounding them on the offensive end 8-4, but they've really struggled putting the ball back up and just simply getting it to fall in the hoop.
And it all adds up to that 33-23 deficit right now.
Yep, and one of the other bigger keys is they have not stopped Etherton. He's got 11.6 boards. He is well on his way to having himself another great game and possibly a 14th double-double. JMU's got to figure out a way to slow him down in the second half. The double teams and stuff that they had in the first half didn't quite seem to work. Northeastern was able to move the ball around him, get some screens, get him open. And when he was locked down, they've been able to find open shots other ways.
Did get a few emails from folks here during our halftime. I want to say hello once again to our loyal listener, loyal viewer up in Connecticut, Ed Keynes, also up in Boston, Mass. But they're a fan of the JMU Pep Band is Lauren and Rachel. Want to holler out to Andrew Sharp in the Pep Band. You go Tromboners. Also, please say Lidl, Lidl. I don't know why they want to do that every time, but they do. Also from the Cube Farm USA, Alex Panino. He's working a little late there in Old Town Alexandria, but he is keeping up with the Dukes here this evening. Again, you still have a chance to send us an email here at Matazone at jmu.edu here tonight. And we may still get a chance to send out a shout out to you here this evening. Dukes, after tonight's ball game, they're on the road as they will travel down to William and Mary to face the Tribe on Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock. That game will be on Comcast Sportsnet.
Up at Northeastern, they're playing their second game in a stretch where they're going to play 5 games in 11 days.
Yeah, every team seems to have one of these stretches where they play a very compact schedule for 3 games, a Saturday, Monday, Wednesday. That's what Northeastern is doing. And Northeastern was on the road, went home to play the College of Charleston, and then back on the road again today.
Yep, and after this game, they'll go back home to face Delaware, 12 o'clock on Saturday. Try to slow down Delaware's high-scoring offense.
And here's a shout-out to the End Zone from Northeastern. They sent us a tweet. You know, your first tweet, you better think about that because there are a lot of empty seats at Matthews Arena there, too.
but I believe JMU is leading the league in attendance so far this season.
Yeah, I think the weather may have frightened a few people away tonight. It was kind of nasty just around 5 o'clock. So a lot of folks, I'm pretty sure, stuck around at home and maybe watching on Matazone here tonight.
It's a nice luxury presented by the JMU Alumni Association for them to be able to sit in the warmth of their own homes, not have to worry about getting out in the snow and the rain and the cold.
But we certainly would like to see you here at the JMU Convocation Center. As for the Northeastern Huskies, they will be at home on Saturday at noon as they're going to take on the Delaware Blueheads. That game will be televised by Comcast as well. So both these teams will be on Comcast on Saturday. The Dukes at William & Mary, Northeastern at home against Delaware. As we get into our second half of play, Northeastern has led from stem to stern thus far, taking the 10-0 lead, and that is the difference of the ball game right now. As we get underway in the second half, Taylor Bessick, as they get some penetration early in the second half. Bessick with his second field goal. He has 4.
Did a really good job of doing that in the game against Delaware on Saturday. Got a lot of easy turnaround jump shots.
Foster was leading UNC Wilmington at the half, 35-31. William & Mary beating Delaware late in the first half, 36-32. Atherton kicks it back out. The ball fake, and Pollard with the rip. Back out to Pollard again, gets a screen, baseline, and he will take it to the rim. That's happened much too often tonight against that Dukes defense.
They had Bessick on Pollard that time, and just a mismatch, and Pollard used his speed to get right by him and get right to the hoop.
Here's Curry as he will back it out. Nation. Cook gets the screen and the ball knocked away by Walker. Last touched by the sophomore. 6'6", 170-pound, 76-pounder. Let's make sure we give him all his due weight. 8 seconds on the shot clock as the ball comes in to Bessick. Nation will try to explode to the hoop, loses the ball, gets it back, takes the shot, it's good. Nation with a game-high 12 points. Etherton had 10 at the break. He's got the ball in his hands. Now he'll swing it over to Pollard. Coming off top, it's Stahl. Pollard again. Walker gets the screen. In and out. Rebound. And a foul called against Andre Nation. That's his third. Team foul number 1 here in the second half. And that's a concern for Coach Matt Brady and company, quite obviously.
Yep, it's not good when your leading scorer's got 3 fouls. He's been most of the offense for JMU this evening.
The skip pass, Pollard launches a tray, no good. Rebound tapped around, and we get another foul underneath, and this too will be called against the Dukes. Charles Cook will be flagged on that one. That's his first. Inbounds comes out to Walker. Cook comes out to pick him up. So it's 4-on-4 out there. The skip pass comes around to Pollard. Etherton back to Pollard as they whip it around the perimeter. Walker gets picked up by Cook. Dukes in the man, kicked away by Curry. Shot clock will stay at 19. And Tom Vodanovich will come in for Andrei Semenov. 2:05 into the second half.
Donovich gives them a big physical presence down low. Hopefully they can get some of these rebounds that they haven't been able to bring down early this half.
Walker, shot clock down to 6, dumps it off. It's blocked partially by Bessick, and we get a foul afterwards on Charles. Make that on Curry. That'll be number 2 on number 2 of the Dukes. And that's a frustrating one for the Dukes as the shot clock winding down.
They did such a good job on defense. Kept them from scoring that whole time, and right when it gets to the end, pick up an unwarranted foul.
And each time that a Husky drives to the rim, There's a trailer there, and oftentimes they've been able to wrap around the pass or just dump it off behind them. Atherton now with 11 points. He has 6 rebounds. They got to do a little bit more work to get his 14th double-double of the season. Here goes Nation, no good. Rebound and a foul on Nation. That'll be number 4 on him.
That is the last thing that Coach Brady probably wanted to see. Interesting to see if he goes to the bench for a while here.
Nation just simply trying to be aggressive. So Ivan Lukic will come in. So the Duke's leading scorer, Andre Nation, picking up his 4th foul with 17:22 yet to play in this ball game.
Gonna have to look to Cook or Curry or Bessick, somebody to pick up the slack.
Well, against Delaware in the women's game the other day, most of the scoring in the first half was done by Kirby Burkholder, and the Dukes got 16 apiece, ultimately from Precious Hall as well as Toya Jiggett. So they got a good second half effort. The Dukes are going to need that here today. Curry pulls up, 3-pointer. Rattles around, no good. Battle for the basketball and the jump ball. And the possession error will favor Northeastern. The Dukes trying to get after it, so will the Huskies. And Autumn, what are you ducking for?
Atherton's always going to be a battle getting a rebound.
He just has a natural ability, a knack, a magnet, whatever it is. Somehow he's in the right spot at the right time.
Also a lot like Kirby Burkholder.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You beat me to it there. Of course, you and Kirby on the same wavelength. Anyway, at least as birthday babes today. Ball stolen away by Vodanovich.
Great position on that one. Reached around, swatted the pass.
And Curry, 3-pointer good. He's got 5, and the Dukes down by 6.
Slowly crawling their way back into this one.
The Dukes have not put together much of any runs here in this game. Northeastern has been doing that.
Curry only a 24% three-point shooter, but knocked it down that time.
And a foul on Vodanovich. And that'll be number 1 on the freshman from down under, New Zealand way. Timeout on the floor. The Dukes down by 6, 36-30 our score, 15:46 to go. Back with more after this timeout on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.
Well, some of the crowd here at the JMU Convocation Center. The number of students still on hand here this evening. Many of them were fed pulled barbecue tonight. Did you get some pulled barbecue?
Unfortunately, I didn't get here in enough time, but it looked and smelled good when I walked by.
They were huge sandwiches, too. Hey, some more shout-outs. Brad Harris watching up in New Hampshire. Looking forward to seeing the Dukes in person in a couple of weeks. when they have the rematch of tonight's game in that old storied facility, Matthews Arena. They're on the Northeastern campus. Look forward to going back and doing another broadcast there. Just want to give a shout out to the JMU Dukes, especially Taylor Bessick, watching from Chesterfield, Virginia. He will see the Dukes at William & Mary on Saturday. That's Uncle James. And thanks for the presentation, enjoying it in Midlothian, Virginia. Proud grandparents of Christian Pierce, all right, of the JMU Dukes. Also a loyal JMU follower at all home games, traveling and in Durham, North Carolina. Shout out to Andre Nation and the Dukes. That's Shane Clem. Take down Northeastern, says Shane. Dukes down by a half dozen now. Here's Etherton. He'll drive, tries to scoop it out, and the shot is short. Bessick defends, but right back up again is Reggie Spencer. He's got 4.
Spencer's one of the 2 returning starters from that team that played JMU in the CAA title game last year. Big, strong guy. He can score and he can rebound.
Dukes trail by as many as 15. Got it to within 6 here a moment ago, but Northeastern back out by 8. Here's Cook, tries to drive into the lane. Nothing doing there. Curry looked like he wanted a 3. Shot clock is at 9. Here goes Bogdanovich. He'll drive, floats it in for the bucket. The freshman from New Zealand gets his first bucket. He averages 5.1 points and 4.8 rebounds a game. Did not score against Delaware, but did have 6 very strong rebounds. Walker looking for the screen from Spencer. Spencer out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, gets the assist as he lays it in there for Etherton.
It's a great entry pass right there. Etherton just had great position on Charles Cook down low, and those few extra inches helped right there.
Ivan Lukic in. Andre Nation, that is, on the bench with his 4 fouls that came with just under 17 and a half to go. Cook runs it into the lane and gets the favorable roll. He's got a half dozen. And the Dukes down by that many as well. Cook with a steal. Now a scrum on the floor. Let's see who's going to get awarded the takedown on this one. JMU will get the reversal. They'll get the possession.
Great hustle right there. Need energy like that to get back into this ball game.
Taylor Bessick out of the lineup. He leaves with his 4 points. He also has 2 rebounds in tonight's game. Yohani Dallenberg comes in to replace him. So Duke's down by 6. Lukic. Lukic will drive to the paint. Lost it somehow. Not sure if he just lost the handle or whether it was deflected by one of Northeastern's defenders to force him to lose control. Nonetheless, it'll go as a turnover for JMU, and that is number 7 on the night. Driving, Pollard kicks it out. Walker gets Cook up in the air, drops it down low. Spencer is blocked by Dallenberg, but no foul by Dallenberg. The freshman from Philadelphia has his second personal, and that sends Spencer to the free throw line for the first time tonight. He is 38 of 66, a 58% free throw shooter. And Allen will tumble out.
Andrei Simonov checking back into the game for Lucic.
Simonov returning. He has held scoreless thus far. Second shot is up and good by Spencer, who has 5. Here's Cook. He drives to the lane, drops it in. Charles Cook with 8, 41-36. So a 5-point spread. This is the closest the Dukes have been since they trailed 5-0. actually since they trailed 10-5. And a travel violation on Etherton. Turnover number 10 for Northeastern.
Looks like JMU's trying to get a little bit of momentum back into this game.
Atherton, by the way, with that double-double in the first half, that's the first time a Husky had a double-double since Silbrand Robinson did so in 2003. Rebound Etherton there. He doesn't have a double-double yet tonight. That is rebound number 8, so he's 2 boards away. And the block on the opposite end by Dallenberg. Here's Cook. Well, Dallenberg was parked underneath. They couldn't get the ball to him. Dukes with a chance once again to cut into this lead. Seminoff needing to get on the board. Is this going to do it? It looked like there was some contact there. Seminoff is 0 for 6 now, 0 for 4 on three-pointers. Spencer against Vodanovich. Bumps down into him, spins around, and the ball rips out. Coach Matt Brady cannot believe that call. And a foul called against Vodanovich is his second, and that brings us to another media timeout. The spring sports season is about to get underway, and there's little spring sports news as Paul Gooden has announced his retirement. Here's Tracy.
Now, the JMU women's head golf coach has announced his retirement this week for the end of June. Now, Coach Paul Gooden has been a coach at JMU for the past 15 years. He's led the Dukes to 4 CAA titles and has had 2 NCAA regional appearances, both in 2005 and 2013. Now, he's had 4 individual CAA winners and has had 2 CAA Coach of the Year awards himself. He's also had 19 All-CAA players and 19 team tournament victories. Now, Coach Gooden said it was something he had thought about for a while, and it was just time. He said, quote, "The program has grown and is in really good shape." He said he and his wife Lisa will be moving south to pursue their hobbies and just enjoy life. Best of luck to you and your family in the future, Coach. And on the sidelines, I'm Tracy Smith for Madison HD Sportsnet. Back to you, Coach.
Thank you very much, Tracy. As, Paul Gooden will be retiring. Of course, Paul's son, Michael, played for the JMU Dukes as well. And he not only was the women's golf coach for the past 15 years, also served as the men's coach during the early portion of his career with JMU. Former pro at the Country Club of Stanton from McGahkeysville, Virginia. Attended JMU. Pro golfers, won some pretty nice tournaments in his career. And, it's a lot of golfers. They just want to go south for retirement. And I think that's what Coach Gooden plans to do.
I can't blame him, It's some nice warmer weather down there. You can golf almost all year round.
We'll get a chance, I'm sure, in the near future to spend more time with Coach Gooden and kind of get his reflections on his career here with the JMU golf programs. Well, that second foul on Vodanovich will send Spencer back to the free throw line, where he is 1 for 2. Six points now for Spencer. Stahl will report back in as TJ Williams, a freshman out of Texas, goes back to the bench. I said nationally coaching. Stahl tracks it down, taps it to himself. You've got California, Virginia, Ohio, Texas, Boston, Massachusetts, Florida, New Hampshire, Georgia, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Alabama represented on this Northeastern team. Very few stones go unturned by Bill Cohen and his coaching staff and recruiting. And they've had some pretty good players, 8 players under Cohen, now playing in the professional ranks. That three-pointer missed by Vodanovich.
And that's a big reason why Bill Cohen's 8th all-time in the winningest coaches in CAA play list.
Etherton tries a three. Can't connect. And Cook with that rebound. Seminoff down inside D'Alembert with the ball fake. Bumps, turns, goes up against Etherton and gets the foul. That'll be the first foul called against the Huskies in the half. 9 minutes, 26 seconds in. The Dukes have been whistled for 7.
Etherton surprisingly has stayed out of foul trouble tonight. He's had 4 or more fouls in 12 of the 17 games so far this season for the Huskies, but that's only his 2nd tonight.
D'Alembert at the free throw line, gets the ball to roll in. Etherton with his 2nd personal. He'll take a seat while Demetrius Pollard comes back in, the Virginia Beach native. D'Alembert, 2nd shot, no good, a rebound stall. (42-37). Jackson Kent now in for JMU. Trying to defend against Spencer. The kick out pass around the perimeter. Pollard mishandles it. Gathers it again. Skips the pass. Nearly stolen away by Cook. The drive, another kick out. Pollard from the corner. In and out. No good. Rebound Seminoff. Seminoff not giving the Dukes points, but he is getting some rebounds for JMU.
Seminoff playing in his 119th game. Ties him for 4th all-time now.
He's got a good chance of becoming the all-time games played. Of course, he is the oldest player in JMU sports history practically, this being his 6th season. From St. Petersburg, Russia. His family was here for a couple of weeks. Seminoff with it now as he's going to get fouled as he begins to drive.
Bailed them out of a shot clock situation. There's only 2 seconds left. Probably going to have to take a bad shot without that.
Getting back to the Cohen pros, J.J. Barea, of course, in the NBA, was with the Dallas Mavericks during the championship of 2011. Matt Janning, a tremendous player in the CAA. Chason Allen, Bennett Davis, Jonathan Lee, Manny Adako, Joel Smith, all professional players. Dinko Marashalski. And a foul as Seminoff on the fadeaway. We'll get a chance to see it again. Whistle was against Venegas Flores, his 2nd. Seminoff still looking to get on the scoreboard.
JMU trying to get within 5 for the first time since it was 10-5, and they do.
Now they're within 4, 42-38. Seminoff on the board, but he is 11 points below his season average. Just do the math there. What would the Dukes have? A lead. It's something that only Northeastern has enjoyed tonight. Spencer. Ball was deflected by D'Alembert. And a new shot clock for the Huskies. The ball handled by Walker, and he was able to push the shot up. Ball was loose from his hands, and he just guided it towards the cylinder and gets the bucket. It's back to a 6-point game. Is it just me, Evan, or does it seem like JMU's down by much more than 6?
It feels like that they are. They have just not played well. I'm honestly surprised that they're still in this, but they have a chance with 8 minutes left to close this deficit. They're really going to have to start shooting the ball, though.
Well, Northeastern, very disciplined, takes care of it very well. D'Alembert will defend and Jackson Kent with the weak side rebound for the Dukes. He'll bring it up for Madison. Dukes with a lot of youngsters on the floor right now with Kent, Dallenberg, and Vodanovic, with Semenoff and Curry here in the corner. Curl in the pass to Vodanovic. Vodanovic call for the charge. And a turnover against Madison as well. Still a 6-point deficit for the Dukes, 44-38. Northeastern keeping the Dukes at bay. Back with more after this timeout on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Hello, JMU Sports Nation. This is your new football coach, Everett Withers. Looking forward to seeing you guys next fall in Bridgeforth Stadium, supporting the JMU football team. Go Dukes.
(44-38). Dukes trailing the Northeastern Huskies, continue to do so. Northeastern led by as many as 15 late in the first half of play. Here in the second half, the Dukes 6 for 12 from the field, 1 of 3 on three-pointers, 2 of 4 at the free throw line. In the second half for Northeastern, 4 for 13 from the field, 0 of 4 on three-pointers, 3 of 6 at the line. Huskies leading on the boards 27-21. Northeastern with the basketball and the 6-point lead. Dukes cut it to within 4.
Coming up on a very important time for the Dukes to close the gap. They're 0-9 when they're trailing under the 5-minute mark, and they got about 2 minutes and 11 seconds to change that.
Two seconds on the shot clock, and Bessick will get fouled over the back by Etherton. That'll be number 3 on the early candidate for the CAA Player of the Year. Say hello to the family Holly, Chase, and Camden, who go to all the JMU basketball home games, but did not tonight due to snow. And Shane is in North Carolina. We've heard from Shane earlier. And a blocking foul as Charles Cook goes to the rim.
Looks like Williams and Flores got a little confused on that one. Lost track of Cook. The replay kind of ran into each other.
So Cook at the free throw line with a chance to shoot 2.
This is what we're talking about. This is where free throws get to be really, really important. JMU's got to start making these.
Dukes have left 6 points off the board at the free throw line thus far. 6 for 12 at the strike. See, Cook hits 3 out of every 4, but misses on both. 6 for 13 at the free throw line.
That makes Cook specifically 0 of 3 now for the game.
He's 5 for 8 from the field, 1 of 2 on three-pointers. He's 0 for 3. Siminoff 1 for 3, 2 that you typically would think would be much better. Stahl taps it back out. Coach Brady pleading his case that too was over the back as Curry was down below the block, but Stahl, this time the ball stolen away by Nation. Here goes Cook. He'll drop it in, and the Cal-Am won. And you see Andre Nation back in the lineup for the Dukes as well.
Yep, just in the nick of time. A huge play for the Dukes, big momentum shift. That's actually their first fast break points all night. Northeastern's really kept them in the half-court offense and been able to stifle them so far.
The way this game's being played, just one Duke gets hot in a hurry, you can overcome the Huskies. The Huskies, though, they can certainly counter that themselves. As the three-point play is good by Cook. He has 11, as he's in double figures once again this season. As most games, he is in twin numbers. And the Dukes down by a possession now.
As I mentioned, Etherton's out now with 4 personal fouls. He picked those up very quickly.
And a travel violation is the call. And Bill Cohen wants a timeout. And here's where the home crowd can come to your advantage.
Yep, Northeastern, like we mentioned earlier, 0-6 in true road games. So hopefully the JMU crowd get their team back into this. We could have an exciting finish here.
Elsewhere in the CAA tonight, let's see if we can update you on those scores. As with 12:58 to go in the second half, Hofstra leading UNC Wilmington 46-40. And William & Mary Delaware, they're knotted up at 48 apiece. Actually, let's check that. Delaware now leading 56-54. And that's with 8:48 yet to play. Well, Dukes have not been this close since it was 4-0.
Yeah, but luckily for them, they've hung around. Most of the second half, they've been within 6 points, and now they've gotten themselves in a really good situation, only being down 3 with 5:36 left. It's a one-possession ball game. Great shot of the Duke dog with the students here. Enjoying not having homework at the beginning part of the semester, we hope.
I had my first class last night, and I sent them all off with assignments, of course.
That's one way to ruin syllabus week.
That's right.
But I can't imagine your assignments not being one that one wouldn't enjoy.
Well, hope so. You look at Andre Nation there in his third ball game for the Dukes.
And he's really provided them with a good spark for the last 2 games, being tonight and against Delaware. He's got some fresh legs, and hopefully he can carry that to the rest of the season. Doesn't have the wear and tear that a lot of his teammates do already.
Dukes with a weave there, gets it to Nation. Nation drives it forward, gets the play that they wanted. He just did not execute and finish. And Northeastern, with the defensive rebound, comes back with a 3-point lead. Of course, that timeout was for Northeastern. And a foul against Ron Curry on the drive by Zach Stahl. Stahl, a sophomore out of Minnesota. 4 points. He averages just under 7 a game. Northeastern now 7 for 13 at the free throw line. So both of these teams don't accept charity very well.
take a hand out of their face. He's still struggling a little bit, but still knocked that down that time.
He's a 57% free throw shooter. He picked up that point. It's back to a 4-point lead. Ron Curry directing traffic out front for the Dukes. Into the hands of Nation, back to Curry. This is Charles Cook as he is being harassed there by T.J. Williams. Note that's actually Venegas Flores. And Nation, block and one coming its way to Andre Nation.
Showed great body control on that one. See him, he took it down the lane, took the contact, leaned around and just banked it in off the glass.
And Zach Stahl picks up his 5th foul, and he will DQ with 4:45 to go. Well, remember early in the game when everything was going offensively in the way of Northeastern's favor, I had in mind there the only positive you could really pull out for Madison was that a couple of key players for Northeastern picked up a couple of fouls. One of those was Stahl.
Yep, and he's got 5 points, but he's also got 5 rebounds and 3 assists. He's been an integral part of why they're ahead right now. He's just fouled out of the game, but Etherton back in the game. He's got 4 fouls, 4:45 left. Northeastern may not be able to finish this game with 2 of their best players.
Nation coming off a 22-point performance, misses another free throw, rebound by Spencer as he had a chance to pull the Dukes to within 1. Northeastern has really done a nice job moving the ball around. They have just 17 field goals, but on those 17 field goals, 11 assists. The total doesn't sound great, but the percentage is outstanding, just like that one there. 3-pointer from the corner by Pollard. He's got 9.
They set a lot of screens, have a lot of movement away from the ball, and that allows them to get those open shots.
Curry with the drive. Oh, and a miscue as Bogdanovic stepped out front. He didn't realize the pass was intended for him. Nation was on the wing. And an unforced turnover for Madison with 4:08 to go. Right after that, 3-pointer popped in by Pollard from the corner.
Realized at the last second that the pass wasn't for him, but a little late. Nation had already moved back.
Dukes need a big defensive stop right here. Northeastern looking for big points. The drive by Walker, ball kicked out into the corner. Here's Pollard, 3-pointer, no good. Rebound Bessick. They got away with a bit of an elbow that time as you could see Spencer clear out on the contact. Here it is to Bessick against Etherton. Tries to back him down, and coming in, there's a foul as that's committed by Pollard as he reaches in for his first.
JMU in the bonus, so Bessick will go to the free throw line.
It should be a media timeout as well, I do believe. And that'll be it. Yep. Media timeout coming up right now as the Dukes down by 5, 48-43. 3:32 to go. We'll bring you the rest of our regulation game right after this timeout on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Well, the next couple of games on Madison HD Sportsnet, the next production that we'll have for you will be women's basketball. And that'll be a week from tomorrow as the Dukes facing Denise Dillon and the Drexel Dragons. A 6:50 start time as far as the game coverage is concerned. We may actually start a little earlier that evening with a special pregame show. We're still working on some details there. And then, of course, the next men's basketball game will be on Saturday, January 25th against the Cougars of Charleston. They'll make their first appearance here at the Convocation Center. And that game is subject to blackout, however, because Comcast will be here as well. So Outside the Comcast area, you can pick it up on Matazone, but where Comcast does have the coverage, we will be blacked out that evening.
Which means you should come to the Convocation Center and watch the game.
Guaranteed not to be blacked out if you come to the Convocation Center. You're right.
As long as there's no electrical issues.
True. And we've had that here before. Actually, it was a game where we were producing it for ESPN3.
I think it was the Bracket Buster game against Miami of Ohio.
It was, yep. We had forest fires out in the George Washington National Forest to play. Everything smelled like smoke, and the wind was blowing at 50 miles an hour, and we had a power outage on a three-point try by one of Miami of Ohio players. Dukes end up winning that game by 3. I'm not sure if he made that shot in the dark or not. Here's Bessick. Ralph Sampson was working the game with me, and Humpty Hitchens comes up and says, "Hey, did you play basketball?" Well, he's only 7'4". What do you think? Second shot, Bessick, in and out. Rebound, Etherton.
I read a statistic the other day. If you're over 7 feet tall, you got a 17% chance of playing in the NBA.
Oh, really? Wow, that's an interesting stat. Here's a stat for you for Etherton. That is his 10th rebound. He's got his 14th double-double of the season. That leads the NCAA. By the way, you go back to 2010-11. Denzel Bowles had 14 double-doubles the entire season for the Dukes.
Denzel even has a few inches on Etherton, but that just shows you his knack for the ball.
2 seconds. And the shot clock violation.
Great defensive stand for JMU to make this a one-possession game. Northeastern, you do not want to see a shot clock violation this late. And as I mentioned earlier, JMU 0-9 when trailing under 5 minutes remaining.
And a miss on the dunk try by Bessick after the layup miss by Nation. You can't get it any closer to the rim than that. Or maybe that. And a foul called against the Huskies. And this will send the Dukes back to the free throw line, but it's a 1-and-1.
Be on Reggie Spencer, it looks like. That'll be his 4th foul.
No, actually, it's Etherton in his 5th.
It's a big loss for Northeastern. Etherton fouls out. 14 points, 11 rebounds. Shot 5 for 7, had 2 assists.
You know, it's interesting, Evan, that when the Dukes defensively hold an opponent to under 70 points, under 60 points, the Dukes are 35-3. Well, doesn't look like Northeastern will get to 60, but they could, of course, but still, rare occasion.
Bodes well for JMU if they can hang in here, make some free throws.
Bogdanovich drops it in.
So you figure this would be a low-scoring affair with both teams having really good field goal defense.
We get a lane violation on Charles Cook. Let's see if we can see it here.
It actually looks like Cook just flinched, and it was actually Avanoth that stepped in early.
Wow.
Looked like Cook was trying to draw him offside.
Yeah, I was thinking, was that encroachment or offsides? That's extra steps.
Although I didn't hear him yell out Omaha like Peyton Manning.
That was pretty interesting, hearing all the banter about that afterwards. Bogdanovich. Down the back, here's Nation, will lay it in. Curry with the assist, and the Dukes down by 1, under 2 minutes to go. And the fans get up on their feet here at the Convocation Center to try to get some energy into the defense. Timeout called by Bill Cohen with 19 seconds on the shot clock. He was trying to tell Pollard to run their stack play. He was saying stack, stack. They never got into it. So he felt some disorganization and calls the timeout.
Well, JMU haven't had a lot of home games this season. Seems like the fans have stored up some energy.
Watch this play here again. You've seen it from now the third angle. As Nation just on the back hip of Walker, and Curry just puts it over the top. Well, the last regular season game between these two programs went down to the wire. It was David Walker delivering a baseline jumper with 2 seconds to go from the left side that won it in the last meeting between these two in regular season.
Yep, and that clinched the regular season CAA title for the Huskies.
It was 66-64 was the final at the time. JMU was 15-13 and 9-6 in the Colonial. Northeastern at that time went 13-3 in the league, 18-10. Here's the inbound. Three-pointer by Walker is good on the scramble play. Everything was breaking down, and Walker hits the tray.
Just as we were talking about him hitting such a big shot in the last time these two teams met.
That's where he hit it. He was just inside the arc, same type shot. He just had a few more steps closer to the bucket on the game winner last year.
The circuit pass by Williams looked like he was going to lose the ball out of bounds, saved the last second and threw it across.
Cook will toss it up, ball tapped out. And the outlet pass. Here goes Pollard. Bessick bumps with him, and it's an and one coming for Pollard. If you're going to foul him, you got to make sure you foul him good.
Yeah, you got to get two hands across and keep him from getting the ball up and getting the shot off. Just like that, JMU's now down 5.
Had it within 48-47. Pollard will try to complete the three-point play, making it a maximum 2-possession game. And it will not fall. The rebound fought for. They're going to call a hold on Vodanovich, I believe.
Looked like two JMU players had control of that rebound, and it slipped out.
Correction, it's going to be against the Huskies. Avenant with the foul, his second, team foul number 10. So the Dukes will get 2 opportunities here with Vodanovich doing so.
Only a 57% free throw shooter. Looks like the refs are going to go over to the monitors.
Vodanovich 1 for 1 tonight. His second free throw attempt was wiped off because of the lane violation by Cook. And they're going to the monitor as Taylor Bessick and the Dukes surrounding head coach Matt Brady. .35 seconds there on the shot clock, 53 seconds and some change on the game clock. Dukes opened up CAA play with a victory at UNCW. Right now, looking at a potential 3-game losing streak, but Vodanovich, as things go silent here, will be short on the free throw. From Wellington, New Zealand, 6'8", 220-pound freshman. Makes it a 4-point game.
Well, JMU was in a similar situation against Delaware Saturday and fought back and at least had a chance to tie the game on a last-second shot. Using full court pressure.
Nearly a travel, but holding his ground was Pollard. The Dukes in a scramble defense now. And a foul called out front. Vodanovich will send T.J. Williams to the free throw line, a 67% free throw shooter. Williams 1 for 2 tonight at the stripe. Fourth personal on Vodanovich. And Williams at the stripe. He'll shoot 2. Both teams in the bonus, the double bonus. Still a 4-point game.
Both teams still struggling from the line. Northeastern's now 8 of 16. JMU's 10 of 20, both at 50%.
Second shot, no good. Rebound Vodanovich. So Vodanovich commits the foul, sends him to the stripe, gets the rebound. Charles Cook, long range 3. No good. Rebound fought for, and it comes out into the hands of Walker. Walker fouled by Curry. So 15 seconds work off during the possession. That was a pretty deep and quick 3 for Charles Cook.
Very surprised they didn't try to get a better look. I know they had to get that off quick, try to get another possession in, but not the ideal shot you want to take.
Yeah, you need 2 possessions, get a higher percentage shot. And now Walker at the free throw line. He's the best free throw shooter they got, 77%. 11 points now, and he hit the big tray in the corner. And he hits back-to-back free throws. He's got a dozen. And here's Andre Nation. Oh, was that actually Curry going through there? Excuse me, it's Curry. That was screened out totally from the opposite side. Draws contact, couldn't get it to fall. He will go to the free throw line. Check that on Walker. He's got 11. Curry with a half dozen. Ivan Lukic in the lineup for the Dukes. Curry. 2 for 2 this time. 4-point game. Walker fouled immediately, and that'll be it for Vodanovich.
Finishes with 4 points and 5 rebounds. Didn't have his best shooting night, but going 1 for 5 from the field. 0-2 from 3.
Bessick back in for Madison. Reminder, the JMU women's basketball Dukes tomorrow at Towson, taking on the Tigers in the CQ Center, the new facility. As Walker misses. And you can hear that game on Madison HD Sportsnet free audio. David Taylor will have the call. Second shot also good by Walker. Or he goes 1 for 2 this time. He has 12 points now. And once again, a 5-point lead.
Got 12 very important points. He's kind of been the backbreaker again tonight like he was last time out during the regular season. He's got the Dukes figured out in late game situations.
Want to give best wishes to TV3 sportsman Darren Stoltzfus. Tonight will be the final night that he covers the Dukes. He's been here a couple of years after David Dillman left town. He's from Johnson City, Tennessee, and he's going to be heading down to, we'll see him again, Charleston, South Carolina. There's Darren. I think he's tweeting to TV3 followers. But he does he likes the band's tunes as he's whistling along there. He has no idea that we've captured him on video here.
Absolutely clueless. That's how most people are when they're texting anyway.
Sure. So best of luck to Darren. See, there's his camera as well from TV3. So that means there's a job opening over there.
And between him and Mark Seelig, we're going to have some new faces
That's
covering
right,
JMU.
and Mark Seelig has left as well. Here's Curry all the way to the rim. Timeout JMU. It's a 3-point game. Curry checked his ankle after that. All right, so it's a 3-point ball game. Dukes, I'm sure, will look to foul.
I hope you miss both free throws because Northeastern's in the double bonus. Maybe try to get a steal on the inbounds pass with your first goal, and then.
Yep. So Curry with, let's see here, he has 9 points, 14 for Cook. Jackson Kent did not score tonight in a reserve role. Andre Nation with 16, Ivan Lukic 0. Siminoff just a point tonight, 0 for 6 from the field, 0 for 4 on three-pointers. Pedanovich finished with 4 before he fouled out. Taylor Bessick has 5 points and 5 rebounds. And Johanny Dellenberg with 3 points and 3 rebounds. For Northeastern, Pollard with 11 points and a rebound. Walker 12 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Williams 4 points, a rebound, 2 assists. Spencer 6 points, 8 rebounds and an assist. Venegas Flores 3 points and 2 rebounds. And Stahl, before he fouled out, 5 and 5. Etherton with a double-double, 14 and 11. The inbounds and a quick foul. Pollard will be the shooter. Lukic the fouler.
Pollard's a 71% free throw shooter. Tonight he's 0 for 1.
And that makes it a 2-possession game. Important free throw there. Obviously for Pollard, who now has 12 points. Misses the second. Andre Nation. Dukes go to Cook. Cook will back up for the 3. No good. And out of bounds. And it's JMU's basketball with 1.9 seconds.
Fortunately, I don't think those 1.9 seconds are going to be long enough.
If you're the Huskies, kind of loosely defend. Even if they take a 3, won't matter. Just make sure you don't foul on the 3.
At this point, I may not even defend this play, except for the inbounds pass.
And the shot is going to be short for Jackson Kent anyway. And the scoreboard will read short for the Dukes of JMU. Northeastern with probably one of the most difficult travel stretches in their conference slate. Comes out of 3 tight games in a matter of 5 days, winning 2 out of 3, including an overtime contest against UNC Wilmington. They have or did I get that backwards there? Actually, they have lost. They had lost the last 2, so they end up going 1 for 3 during that stretch of 3 tough games in that short period of time. For the Dukes, well, things have been tough for them after the 1-0 start, beating UNC Wilmington on the road to open up conference play. 3 consecutive losses, including 2 at home. And now the Dukes will go back on the road to face the Tribe of William and Mary. We'll come back to wrap up this ball game for you as the Dukes fall to the Northeastern Huskies 56-52 here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Welcome back, everyone, to the JMU Convocation Center, where tonight the Northeastern Huskies picked up just their 5th victory of the season and improved their conference record to 2-2, overall mark to 5-13. JMU 3 consecutive losses in conference play, falling to 1-3 in the league and to 6-12 overall. And, there's always stretches of games you can say, if this, then that possibly. But you go to the very opening few minutes of the ball game, the Dukes are down 10-0 from the get-go. They got to within one down the stretch, 48-47. But Northeastern just did due diligence and held the Dukes at bay all evening.
Yep, them jumping out to that big lead in the first half was key. JMU hung with them in the second half, outscored them, but ultimately, they couldn't stop Etherton down low. He had 14 points, 11 rebounds, fouled out, but he did his damage when he was in there. They also got some scoring from Walker with 12 points and 5 boards, and Pollard also put in 12 points. Northeastern only averages 2 double-digit scores, but tonight they were able to get some balanced scoring, and ultimately they won the game on the boards. Defensively, as far as rebounding goes, they out-rebounded the Dukes 27-19. When the Dukes missed their shots, Northeastern was able to come down with them instead of JMU, and that few possessions ultimately ended up being the difference in this game.
You had those type of possessions, and you look, both teams struggled from the free throw line, and both could say, well, if we were just a little bit better at the charity stripe, then Northeastern would have had a much more comfortable lead down the stretch, or JMU could have claimed a victory here tonight. Look at these numbers. The Dukes at the free throw line, 12 for 22, only 55%. And JMU coming into tonight's ball game as a free throw shooting team was nearly 70%, so well below that season average. Northeastern, not as good a free throw shooting team as the Dukes, only 64%, but they were down below their average as well, only 12 of 23. It's one of those games where neither one really seemed to treasure the moment to take this game and win it. And for Northeastern, you got to feel just good about yourself to come on the road and grit out a victory. For James Madison, just extremely frustrating to not send the home crowd off with a victory here tonight.
Especially, they played so well in their last 2 games at home, their first 2-game homestand all season, and they just weren't able to finish. Now they're 0-10 when they're down under 5 minutes to go. They got to figure out a way to start coming back in these games and be able to finish them off. And tonight, also one of the biggest things that stick out is Siminoff going 0 for 6 from the field. Had a very, very uncharacteristically bad night, especially 0 for 4 from 3. Usually very dependable shooter. That and his hustle is his 2 main things. And just wasn't able to get the ball to find the bottom of the net tonight.
As he was, as you mentioned, not a good shooter from beyond the arc this evening. He missed his first 4. In fact, he finished 0 for 6, 0 for his first 3 early in the game on 3-point tries, as the Dukes are only 2 for 16. I can only think of one other game where they shot that many and did not have, or struggled, I should say, the Richmond game. They were 0 for 16 in the loss at Richmond there at the Robbins Center there in the capital city of Richmond, Virginia. So 2 for 16 from beyond the arc here tonight for the Dukes, 4 for 15 for Northeastern. Again, neither team shot the ball particularly well, although Northeastern did end up shooting 45.5%. They shot the ball well when they got it to the rim, and that might be another one of the bigger differences tonight, is they got it to the rim much more often, particularly in the first half, to build the big lead in tonight's ball game. So Northeastern now 12-4 all time against JMU. Well, Evan, thank you for joining me. Happy birthday again, once again.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure spending it with you and all your Matazone viewers this evening.
Yeah, we'll have you on some more as we continue throughout the rest of the college basketball season. Again, the next game for the Dukes on the men's side, they will go to William & Mary on Saturday for a 4 o'clock tip-off. You can see that game on Comcast, and I'm not sure if William & Mary will actually stream it or not. Our policy is we'll stream it for those outside the Comcast area, but that, of course, would be a William & Mary production. And then the JMU women's basketball Dukes tomorrow are on the road facing the Towson Tigers. You can hear that game on the JMU and Telos Wireless Sports Radio Network in Harrisonburg on 1360 WHBG, as well as on Matazone Free Audio. And for the Northeastern Huskies, they'll head back to Boston, and on Saturday we'll be entertaining the Delaware Blue Hens. That'll be a noon start, and you can see that game on Comcast as well. So, folks, we'd like to thank that helps to bring the production to you here from Harrisonburg. Matt McDonald, thanks for his fine notes for the Huskies of Northeastern and for his insights. Spent a little time with him before tonight's ball game, catching up on the Huskies. Thanks to our men's basketball sports information director at JMU, Kevin Warner, and research assistant Patrick Bowling. Also thanks to JMU Assistant Athletics Director John Martin of Athletics Communications. Our executive producer tonight was John Salem. Our director, once again, Jake Tomko. Also thanks to the rest of the staff from Telemedia Productions for the fine camera work. Tonight's game has been presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. For Evan Nicely and Tracy Smith, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, the final score, Northeastern 56, JMU 52. Good evening from the JMU Convocation Center. This has been a Matazone HD Sportsnet production presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.